And hello, this is Jonathan Frazier coming to you live. We are in Bowling Green, Kentucky. We are here for a 4-game set between your Florida Atlantic University baseball team and the Western Kentucky University baseball team, WKU. Tonight was scheduled to be one 9-inning game. A little later on, instead, it'll be 2 7-inning games with some forecasted weather here in the Bluegrass State throughout this weekend. So we'll have Game 1 coming up in about 10 minutes, Game 2 following the completion of that. And maybe not too far following the completion, as you'll hear in the pregame chat with Coach Mack, it's a turf field here at Nick Dennis Field, and so not a lot of upkeep needed between games. So let's take it to the dugout and take it to head coach John McCormack from our pregame sky and turf conversation.
All right, we're here in Bowling Green on this Friday afternoon with head coach John McCormack. Coach, a beautiful day as of right now. This is a season we don't see in Florida, nice and cool and sunny and a little breezy.
We've had some really nice days in April. Early April, I take offense to that being Florida for so long.
Well, this is spring. There is no spring in Florida. It's just hot.
No, and it got really hot, starting last series.
Right.
But to get back to your original question, it is a beautiful day.
As of right now, we're hoping to get this series in, but we got 2 games scheduled for today, and you guys are the king of 2 games in a day. You've done it the last, 3, counting today, the last 3 times y'all have been out here.
Yeah. I didn't know Kentucky had such bad weather. Although the first time we ever came here, the weather was terrible. But it's the same for both teams.
That's right. You guys both come in and mentioned this on the podcast this morning, 13-11 records. This becomes a decently crucial series as far as standings go. But for them, it's not any more pressure. It's just another game, right?
Yeah. I don't, again, my philosophy, you can't constantly go to people and say, no, this is a big game. Well, you said that last week. Well, now this is a big game. They understand what's at stake and, what we have to do. So, they'll be ready.
2 veterans on the hill today, Cooley and Sparling, and 2 7-inning games, which, for Cooley, we've seen him go into the 8th. I mean, obviously capable of doing the whole game today. Why not?
That would be great, as long as we win.
Right.
He's more than capable. So is Matt. But, we need to get something in the first inning. Their guys' numbers are really good, and we got to make sure we're ready to hit.
Lineup-wise, a little bit of some changes. Stephen Loden's moved up in the lineup, and my gosh, why not? He's been all-world the last 3 weekends.
Yeah, try to get him some more at-bats, try to get him some at-bats with guys on base. And, again, Bobby has some good power numbers, but it's just we haven't been able to get him on track with, the walks and the higher average. So maybe slipping him down a little bit, give him some, maybe mentally gives him a little bit of a break.
And you may have your best defensive alignment in the outfield with Jalen in left, Jackson center, Morganson in right. They're going to cover some ground.
Well, that was the plan. This is a tough outfield to play, as you can tell from it slopes to center. It's turf, but it has a slope to it. So it's an odd play in right center and left center, and try to get our best defenders out there. And it's a high sky, so this is not an easy place to play defense in this type of conditions.
I love that term, and I love using it, but will you explain high sky to the listeners?
Well, that means there's no clouds, and there's no background for the players to judge the ball. So
height and depth?
Yes, yeah. And everything kind of gets a little bit of a malaise. You see it a lot in You see it a lot in spring training early. You see, especially Arizona. Arizona's worse. You see it. Now we when we got on the bus, it was no clouds. Now there's a little bit of it.
Yeah, a little.
Yeah, you need a little contrast. And our guys have always said that there's a little glare. You know, they got a metal roof even though it's black. Sometimes there's a little bit of glare when you play here in the day. But like anything, like our place has some glare off the bleachers. You know, so.
Gotcha.
But again, same for both teams.
Right. With the exception of FIU, you would be most familiar with Western, having played them in the Sun Belt and Conference USA. You know, as far as their program goes, it's been through some different coaching changes. But what can you expect from a Western Kentucky team?
Well, you know, from the outset, and I think we started coming up here in 2007, they've always been able to hit, and this park has always been able to generate offense. There's some quirky, you know, brick wall down the side. At places, the foul territory and the wall are really close. There's some nooks and crannies. And again, with the turf and the way it's set up, there's balls have a tendency to bounce around, you know, so it creates more offensive opportunities. So that's the one thing I always remember about this place is it's offensive.
Gotcha. Now, what about this 2021 squad? What do you know about them?
It seemed to be very balanced, you know. Seemed to be a really balanced team. You know, they have some power. Their averages are good. They don't strike out a lot. Pitchers are just throw strikes and compete, and you know, it seems to be a really good balanced team.
And you mentioned the turf a couple of times now. I know there's different variations of that, and I know where we've been this year, you've gone out and thrown balls off the turf and, you know, hit balls off the turf. Is this any different than...
Well, this is a little firmer.
Okay.
This is a little firmer. It's a little bit older, and it's a little firmer. And you can see around first and second and home plate they've added some cutouts because the turf gets worn. You know, turf is expensive, but where you spend the money is down below. You know, what you do underneath. A, for drainage, and B, for, you know, if it's going to be softer or harder. This, for me, it's firm. It's a firm turf.
So you expect higher hops or trickier hops maybe? If they're harder hit?
The one thing on turf is you get true hops, but the ball gets on you quicker.
Okay.
The ball gets on you quicker, and depending on the way it's hit or thrown, it has a tendency to skid sometimes and not bounce.
Okay.
Kind of skids and then almost goes into where the ball is not spinning. Okay. So, and we haven't played on it much over the years.
Right.
I think up here, you know, every one of their midweek opponents, you know, Vanderbilt, Louisville, Belmont, Lipscomb, they're all turf. You know, I think up here it probably is, you know, a necessity because of the weather.
And the difference, another difference here is it's full to the warning track, to the outfield. So even the outfielders have got to deal with that as well.
Yeah. Not like Charlotte where it's just the infielders hear everything. There's not a blade of grass in sight. But you know, it would be. I like to turf the sidelines at our place.
Interesting. Okay.
You know, this part from the dugout to the foul line, and they did it at Old Dominion. It cuts down on wear and tear. It cuts down on all the flood. It would cut down on a lot of the flooding in the dugout. And you don't have to, you know, there's so many people milling around, you get wear and tear, so it wouldn't be as much, which is good. Easier for the grounds guys to take care of it. That's the one thing about turf is, you know, a lot of coaches are against it, and then you become a fan of it because you don't worry about putting the tarp on or taking the tarp off. You don't worry about, especially we're fortunate because we have 2 fields. We're really fortunate. But for the people who have 1 field and it's grass, like, hey, we don't want to do as many bunt plays because we don't want to tear up the field, because you either have to replace the grass or you have a big wear spot where the guys are coming off the mound. So you hear coaches all the time that, I didn't want turf, but now that I have it, it's like you go home and you go to bed, and if it starts thundering, you don't even worry about it. It's it'll dry in half hour, 45 minutes. I'm sure there's some drawback, but I remember the first time we ever really played on turf, Troy put it in, 10, 11 years ago. And we went there and we practiced Friday morning on it. And when we went over to practice, I said to the coach, is there anything you don't want us to do? Like any, and he's like, no, do whatever you want. You can't kill it. You can't hurt it. Do whatever you want. Do bunt plays, do PFP, do whatever you want. And I was like, good point. So there are pluses, and I'm sure there's some minuses too. Of course, it's hotter. Safety factor, especially this time of year when it starts getting hot, guys can burn themselves on it. So there's, like anything, there's goods and bads.
I didn't realize we were getting a sky and a turf.
Yeah.
Turf pregame. It's good. It's good stuff.
Well, trying to educate. We're in college.
Good luck today.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's head coach John McCormack ahead of Game 1 of 2 today, Game 1 of 4 in the series, hopefully. That will all come to fruition. But we'll see. See if Mother Nature has that in the cards. So we're getting ready to get started, like literally right this moment, as here's the first pitch from Jake Cates to Alfredo Alvarez right at 1 p.m. and right on the outside corner for strike 1. Low and inside, ball 1. Wilfredo comes in at 287, home run, 19 runs batted in. Jack Cates making his 12th appearance, 11th start of the season. Alvarez skies it to the left side and foul, 1-2. Cates is 3-2 this year, has 76 strikeouts in just 63 and 2/3 innings. Alvarez pops it up left side. This should be playable. And that'll be the shortstop, Kevin Lambert, to make the play for out number 1. B.J. Murray will step to the plate next. Mentioned Cates' 76 strikeouts. That's going to rank him 4th in Conference USA. He's only walked 18 batters in those 64 innings even now after the first out of the game. B.J. Murray is a .311 hitter with 11 home runs, team high, and second on the squad with 44 runs batted in. The 1-0 is hit on the line and into right field for a base hit past Western Kentucky second baseman Ray Zuberer. Brings up Nolan Shanuel. Shanuel's hitting .333 on the season. He's got 9 home runs and leads FAU with 49 batted in. He's had a fantastic freshman campaign. And the first pitch comes inside on him. It hits him to put 2 on with 1 out for Stephen Loden. 11th time Nolan's been hit by pitches here. That also leads the squad. Stephen Loden hitting cleanup for the first time this year, and he, based on his last 3 weekends, certainly deserves it. He's 20 for 40, 20 for his last 40 after starting the year 5 for 30. He's batting .357 overall, 2 homers, 14 batted in. He'll take a strike on the outside corner. Once again, he was 5 for 30. He's now 20 for his last 40. Foul tip right there at home plate and off of the catcher, Ricardo Leonette. The defense for Western Kentucky is Leonette behind the plate. First to third, it's Phipps, Zuberer, Lambert, and Meyer. Left to right, Carlin, Krittenberger, and Gray. And strike 3 called will be the second out of the inning under the hands of Stephen Loden. So it'll be up to Caleb Pendleton with 2 outs. Pendleton's a .271 batter. 6 home runs, 19 batted in. First strikeout for Cates, the sophomore right-hander. First pitch strike here. Look back at second, the 0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Murray gets his lead off second, Shanuel off first. Breaking ball in off the inside corner. Pendleton leaned out of the way of it and ended up being a strike, 1-2. He does go, unable to check his swing, and for good measure tagged out at home plate to end the inning. Back-to-back strikeouts leaves 2 Owls on in the top of the first. We go to the bottom half. Hunter Cooley on for the 15th time this season, and his 8th start coming your way in just a bit. First pitch, bottom of the first inning from Hunter Cooley is low to Ray Zuberer. Ball 1. Hunter comes in at 6-3, leads FAU with 6 wins. Zuberer to right. Morganson on his horse, edge of the track, makes the play. 2 pitches and 1 out. Next up is Justin Carlin, the reigning COSA hitter of the week, who my assumption is similar to Stephen Loden has come on as of late. Loden's 21st start of the year for FAU, Carlin's 21st start today. He's batting .390, which would lead Conference USA if he qualified for that stat, but not quite yet. Minimum number of at-bats. He's hit 6 home runs and 25 batted in. Takes a pitch low and outside. Okay, mentioned that Hunter leads the Owls with 6 wins. He's got a 3.81 ERA. Fouled off 1-1. 48 strikeouts against just 15 walks. In 56 and 2/3 innings. Batters hitting .255 against the sophomore left-hander. His 1-1 is a strike. Carlin in last weekend's weekend sweep of Marshall had a weekend, including a couple of home runs in the same inning, one of which was a grand slam, just outside to the glove of Pendleton, 2-2. This one's popped up shallow center. It'll be Alvarez coming around the bag. Or I'm sorry, Loden. There was a shift on, and Loden moved back towards his position to make the play. Now it's Jackson Gray. Gray's a .356 batter with 5 homers and 21 batted in. Technically, he's the team leader in average as far as those that qualify. Other than Zuberer, the leadoff batter, he's the only other lefty in the Western Kentucky lineup. Swings and misses, nothing in 1. Low and outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Pendleton behind the plate, Shanuel, Loda, and Alvarez each on the first base side of second on the shift. That's first, second, and short. And B.J. Murray at third. The outfield of DeBose in left, Winstrom in center, and Morganson in right. Strike called by our home plate umpire, Greg Howard, 1-2. Howard is joined by Randy Hundley at first and Lindy Hall at third, our umpiring crew. Low and outside again, 2-2. Two. Up the middle, Alvarez is there. He gloves it. He throws and beats Gray by a step. That was awfully close. Maybe less than. And that'll make a 1-2-3 inning for Cooley and the Owls. Hardigan, Morganson, DeBose. If anyone reaches Winstrom in the FAU second in a scoreless game, here from Bowling Green. Go to the home half, or the visiting half of the second inning, the top half. First pitch strike to Mitch Hartigan, and a ball low. Mitch is up to 322 on the year. Mentioned how hot Stephen Loden has been as of late. Mitch Hartigan has been keeping right up with him. He's also got 5 homers and 26 batted in. This one's low and knocks something off the glove of Leonette. Swing and a miss. They'll have to throw down to first, and Leonette will to end the at-bat. Normally the Owls cleanup hitter or so. Bobby Morganson is batting 7th today at 221. Takes ball 1. And now a 2-0 count. He does have, Bobby, 8 home runs and 28 batted in. Morrison hits this one into right. One hopper, that a nice play by Gray to keep it from bouncing over his head as he leapt off the hop. Nice sounding hit. And a 1-out single. Jalen DeBose with 1 away. Wonder if we might see Jalen try to square one, put one down, square one up. Doesn't have one this year. Not yet. We'll take ball 1. Jalen's hitting .240 in some limited time. He's 12 for 50 on the season. A couple of doubles, 3 runs batted in. Strike called 1-1. Morganson gets his lead off first, the 1-1. DeBose tries to put this one down into the left field corner and puts it just foul. That certainly would have been extra bases and probably the first run of the ball game. Now the 1-2. And DeBose hits this one on a line into left center. And unable to cut it off is Carlin. Morganson will be held at third as DeBose coasts into second with his 4th double of the season. 2 on and both in scoring position with just 1 away for Jackson Winstrom. Well, we're hoping that Jackson is off the schneid, as he looked good last weekend against FIU. Had the walk-off sack fly in the Sunday doubleheader opener. Had 2 hits in the nightcap, but he fouls off the first pitch in foul ground, and Zuberer puts it away, and that's a big second out. So it'll be up to Wilfredo Alvarez with 2 away. On a quick at bat and out by Winstrom. Alvarez first time up, popped out to short. The Owls have had 2 on in each inning. Nothing yet to show for it. Appeal down, and according to Lindy Hall, Wilfredo did not go. There's someone in the crowd that had something to say about that I would agree with the umpire. Low and inside, 2-0. Upstairs 3-0. Wilfredo a pitch away from joining two teammates on the base paths to load him. And strike called on the outer half. 3-1. And there's ball 4. And the bases are owl infested for B.J. Murray. Murray hasn't had the best success with the bases full, but did have a 2-run double last weekend against FIU. And he had a single in this ball game already. Breaking ball over for strike 1. I mean, overall on the year, BJ's just 2 for 9 with the bases loaded. Inside, 1-1. He does have, all told, 11 runs batted in with the bases loaded, because he's drawn 5 walks, and had 1 sac fly. Swings and misses here, makes the count 1-2. Got to Morganson at third, DeBose at second, and Alvarez at first with 2 outs. Look back at second at DeBose. 1-2 here is a swing and a miss. Nowhere for Murray to go. And that'll end the inning, as the Owls have stranded 5 in their first 2 turns. We're still scoreless as we head to the home second, and the DH, Richard Constantine, will lead it off for the Hilltoppers in just a minute. No score. 1.5 innings in the books. Hunter Cooley will face 4, 5, and 6 after a 1, 2, 3 first. Misses off the turf to Richard Constantine. And now a 1-1 count. Constantine is hitting 194 on the season. 3 home runs, 16 batted in. And looks at one just outside 2-1. It's a big dude, 6'3", 240, a senior. Fouls it back to even the count at 2-2. Another bouncing ball in, and it's full. Down to third, where Murray is. A couple of hops to throw over in time. 1 down. Now the third baseman, Matthew Meyer, is the only other 300 hitter on this Hilltopper squad at 303. Leads the team with 13 doubles, along with a triple, 3 home runs, and 26 batted in. First pitch into left field. There goes the no-hitter past a lunging Alvarez. And Kevin Lambert will step in, a veteran of this Hilltopper squad, as he's a senior batting .278. 1 home run, 17 knocked in. Mentioned it in the pregame, but if you're just joining us, Coach Mack will never say that a game is big or a series is big, but with just 2 sets left to go in the Conference USA regular season, currently FAU and Western Kentucky are each 13-11 in CUSA play, which has them tied for 3rd in the East Division and 5th overall. Popped up left side. Alvarez, Murray. Alvarez squeezes it. So right now, Charlotte, Louisiana Tech battling for the top seed. Old Dominion's a game back of them. Southern Miss is a half game behind Old Dominion. And then it's Florida Atlantic and Western Kentucky tied for 5th. 5th and 6th, and the top 8 teams get in, regardless of division, based on your conference record. So it is a big weekend for FAU baseball. The catcher, Ricardo Leonet, takes ball 1. Just his 10th start of the season, he's a 120 hitter with a 3 for 25 total on the year. No extra base hits, 3 runs batted in. Two outs and a 1-1 count to Leonet. Leonet lines it to left, and DeBose will come over and track it and hold the Hilltoppers to first and second. 2 on, 2 out for Matt Phipps. Another veteran. Topper batting .202, a senior. A home run, 12 runs batted in for Phipps. Phipps listed as a catcher, playing first base today. Seen him do both throughout his career here and against FAU. Breaking ball over inside corner at the knees for strike 1. Got 2 at the top hit limiters in Conference USA in Cates and Cooley. Foul tip right there at home plate, 0-2. Cates ranks 11th, and Cooley just outside the top 13. Oh-2 is hit to right. That'll hang up for Bobby Morganson to easily make the play. And in the inning, leaving 2 Hilltoppers on. 2 innings complete. No score here at Nick Dennis Field. Meat of the Owls lineup due to bat against Jake Cates. It'll be Shanuel, Loden, and Pendleton, 3 freshmen in the 3, 4, and 5 slots for FAU. And that'll come your way in just a moment. All right, we're about 30 minutes into this ball game, but with Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com to see how much you could save. So you could have done that twice as this game has gone on. It's a 0-0 game, 2 innings done, and 5 at the minimum to go. First time up, Nolan Shanuel faced 1 pitch and it hit him. And he reached, but was left on base. This first pitch is hit on the ground to short, a slow roller that Lambert charges and beats Shanuel by about 2-3 steps. 1 pitch, 1 out. Stephen Loden faced 3 pitches his first time up and struck out looking. Squares to bunt, and it's a pretty good one. Cates fields, throws in time. And he was the only person that was going to be able to make that play. Trying to catch the defense off guard. If Loden had pushed it just a little harder past Cates, I don't think that would have gotten to Meyer, and Meyer probably wouldn't have had a play. So it's 2 down on 2 pitches, and here is Caleb Pendleton, who takes strike 1. Pendleton struck out swinging in the first. Chops this one foul down the left third base line, down to Greg Mamula. 0-2. Western Kentucky in home whites. FAU today in the gray tops and bottoms. Low and inside. It's 1-2. Cates had taken about 5 steps towards the third base dugout, the home dugout, and now we'll have to retreat to the top of the rubber. Low and outside, 2-2. This ballpark is 330 down each line, 370 to each power alley, and 400 to straightaway center actually probably a little further. The 400 markers are to the left and right of center. 2-2, foul again. But the fence here is a good, 10, 12 feet tall. So you're going to have to hit it that distance and high enough to get over. It's a little easier down the left and right field lines, but in the alleys and straight away, that's a tough haul. Pendleton's battled back to run the count full on a pitch high and inside. And the kick and the payoff. Pendleton into center. Out there is Crittenberger. He'll squeeze it, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Cates, the first of the day for the sophomore right-hander. It remains scoreless here at Nick Dennis Field as we go to the home half of the third, and Crittenberger, who just made the putout, leads off the frame. In just a moment. Appreciate everybody that's tuning in here on our YouTube channel. If you would be so kind, if you care, write to us in this chat window. Tell us who you are, where you are, and what your relationship is to FAU or to an FAU player. I'll shout you out. I'm not afraid. We're scoreless heading to the bottom of the third inning, and as I mentioned, Ty Crittenberger will be the leadoff batter. Takes ball one, 262 hitter, 2 bombs, 10 knocked in. Strike called on the inside corner. Hunter Cooley in 2 innings, 26 pitches, just 2 hits, and zeros everywhere else. Slow chopper to third. Murray was playing in, and he'll be able to get there in time to throw out Crittenberger 1 away. Now the leadoff batter, Ray Zuber, didn't even get to mention because he batted so quickly in the first, his numbers. He's a .293 batter, tied for the team lead with 6 home runs, and leads Western Kentucky with 30 runs batted in. One of the only 2 lefty-lefty matchups today for Hunter Cooley. Up and in ball 1. It's paramount today that Cooley and Sparling both go deep into the ball games. The FAU pitching staff, as Cooley gets a strike called, is without, well, they've been without Jacob Josie all year. TJ Stewart for most of the year. Not making the trip this weekend. Spiller, Ostrander, or Haggerty. So the bullpen is thinner, and may see some surprises out on the mound this weekend. It's a 2-1 count, just outside 3-1, and they'll shift on the 3-1 count Zuber hits it over the shift. A one-hopper into right for the third Western Kentucky hit, each team with 3 base knocks to this point. Justin Carlin 0 for 1 with a pop out to second. So twice Zuber's hit it into right field. Once a fly out, once a single. So back to the pitching staff. You know, you've got the normal, you've got Drumheller, you've got Entenza, Halverson, Dio are here. Visconti out of the bullpen now. But Jackson Spiller started last Saturday's second game. He's not on this trip. As of right now, the Game 3 Owl starter is TBD. All kinds of surprises. A couple of throws over to try to keep the 13 for 13 base stealing Ray Zuberer close to the bag. And first pitch swinging Carlin into left. Back-to-back hits. Two on with one out for Jackson Gray. First time up, Gray grounded to short. First pitch to Gray, breaking ball off the outside corner, 1-0. And the strike called 1-1. And fouled off of Caleb Pendleton, 1 and 2. So you got Zuberer at second, good speed. Carlin at first as well. 6 of 7 on steals. Here's a ball under Carlin into right. Zuberer comes around to score. The throw cut off, and the throw to third is not going to be in time, as 3 straight singles has put Western Kentucky on the scoreboard. 1-0. So the top 3 batters in this WKU lineup have done what they say on paper they'll do: hit to the point of a single, and a single. Richard Constantine took ball 1, takes ball 2. And time called. Here comes David Kopp out of the FAU dugout. First base side. Cooley's coming off a victory last weekend against FIU. Well, come on now. Again, his 6th victory of the season. A weekend that saw FAU take 3 of 4, the second straight weekend against FIU. Cooley in that game went 5 2/3, gave up just 3 hits. He's given up 3 hits in this inning. Just 1 run in this inning. and then 2 walks and 4 strikeouts. Constantine into right. Morganson slipped, but it didn't matter. He took it on a hop. He wasn't going to catch it. How about 4 straight singles? And the second run comes across, this time in the form of Justin Carlin. Well, in this inning, Western Kentucky's just hit them where they ain't. Just poking them into the outfield. The first hit of this game for Western Kentucky came courtesy of this gentleman, Matthew Meyer, last inning a single. He'll take strike 1. Outside ball 1. Make it 2-1 now to Meyer. Now FAU, 2-run deficit, not that much if that's all it ends up being. This season, when the opposition scores first, FAU has 11 victories, 11 of their 24, so nearly half. Foul ball back, evens the count at 2-2. And that's not even a stat that shows, comeback victories. It's just when the opponent scores first. There's been times, I'm certain, where the Owls score first, lose the lead, and come back and win, or don't. Something that doesn't come out in the stat sheets. Both runners going. Breaking ball is over. Or was it? No? Ball 3. Wow, that was a close call. And for that matter, Gray was the only runner that went. Constantine slammed on the brakes and stayed put at first, so... Give Gray his 7th stolen base of the year, and a full count to Meyer. Time called at the plate by Caleb Pendleton. They definitely caught the Hilltopper runners, FAU's defense, off guard. Pendleton didn't even make a throw to third. Payoff here with the runner sort of going off of first. Constantine is well foul. Shanuel took off as if he may go chase that one down and just slipped and fell at first base, but seems to be okay. So still a full count to Meyer. This one's hit in the air pretty well to center, and that's probably going to score the third run. And Winstrom's throw is going to just come into the cutoff. 3 runs across in the inning for Western Kentucky, as all 3 singles to start the inning eventually score. The 4th being still at first base, Constantine. 2 down, Kevin Lambert. We've got Paul Kopp listening in on the YouTubes. Good to hear from you. Thanks for chatting with us. And Caleb's dad, James Pendleton, also in on the broadcast. Very good, very good. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Lambert takes strike 1. His first time up, he popped out to short. And this time he'll pop out to the bleachers or beyond. Strike 2. Game 1 of 2 today. Game 1 of 4 in the series between these 2 squads, hopefully. Fouled off down the third base line. Mother Nature can cooperate just a little bit. The forecast looks pretty gross for the remainder of the weekend. That's why we're playing 2 today and 2 early today. 0-2 is fouled straight back. Currently, and I'm sure back in Florida, it's quite a bit different. It's beautiful here. It was 62 when we left the hotel this morning. Bouncing ball. Pendleton knocks it in front of him, but Constantine will reach second on the wild pitch. 67 degrees here in Bowling Green. Back home 89 with a real feel of 98. Oof. I'll take this spring weather for the weekend, although it's going to bring with it some wet stuff, unfortunately, it seems. The 1-2. Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. So 4 straight hits in the inning. The third of which was an RBI single. The fourth was as well, and then a sac fly has made it 3-0 in the early going here. Right at Murray, picks it up off his cleat tops, and that line out will end the inning. But a 3-run Western Kentucky inning. Taking us to the 4th. Toppers up 3 over your Owls, and the Owls will bring the trio of Hardigan, Morganson, and DeBose to the plate in the 4th. Mitch Hardigan, again, our leadoff hitter for the second time today. He led off the second by striking out, swinging, takes ball 1 here. Owls in an early hole, 3-0 after the bottom of the 3rd. But a 2-0 count to Hardigan. .2-0 from Cates is fouled away. Mentioned earlier, Hardigan's hot batting as of late. In 7 games against FIU, he went 13 for 26. It's a 500 mark. He's up to 322 coming into the game. And he'll get a base hit here over a leaping Lambert and into center for hit number 4 for FAU. And for the first time today, the leadoff batter reaches. Bobby Morganson has one of the 4 FAU hits. He singled and was left at third in the second inning. The Owls loaded them with 2 outs in the second, had 2 in scoring position with 1 out, and could not score. Morganson got under it. Man, he hit that a mile high to right. If he'd have squared it up, it would have been a 1-run game, but it settles into the glove of Jackson Gray. 1 down for Jalen DeBose. DeBose singled into the left center field gap his last time up. Colby Guy listening in. Hello. 81 in Port St. Lucie. That's a little less high hot and gross than it is in the Boca Raton area. DeBose squared to bunt, pulled back, took strike one on the 50th pitch of the game for Jake Cates. Making a 1-1 count. That one just missed the outside corner. I will do my best all this game to not call Jake Jack Cates, the, of course, Nick Nolte character in 48 Hours. It's going to roll off the tongue a little easier than Jake, but hopefully I don't do that to you, Jake. 1-1. Foul down the third baseline, 1-2. We'll squibber up the first base side. Cates will actually take it to the bag himself and beat DeBose there. You don't see the one unassisted very often, but there you are. 2 down for Jackson Winstrom with Hardigan at second. Winstrom saw one pitch his first at bat, and he fouled out to third in a pretty big spot. 2 on and 1 out, and the Owls couldn't, again, convert in that inning. And they haven't converted yet. Still without a run today. First pitch is low, ball 1. Nice stop by the catcher, Leonette. Swing and a miss. Winstrom was out ahead of that off speed. Mentioned before, the bat was so quickly I didn't get to, I think, finish my thought that Winstrom seemed to have turned a little bit of a corner last Sunday. See what happens here today. Swing and a miss again, 1-2. He had 2 hits in the finale against FIU. Come on. Low and outside. 2-2. And Winstrom 2 hits, 2 runs scored, and a run batted in the final game against FIU last weekend. Break-even pitch here. Swinging strike 3, and the throw down to complete it ends the inning. That is 5 strikeouts for Cates and 4 scoreless for your Owls. Bottom of the 4th next, and Leonette will lead it off. Lawler and Associates, personal injury trial attorneys. Our goal is compassionate and competent legal representation for persons or families that have experienced serious personal injury. We take less, and you get more. Lawler and Associates. Bottom third of the Western Kentucky lineup. In the fourth, Ricardo Leonette, Matt Phipps, Ty Crittenberger. Leonette, first pitch, right into the glove of Bobby Morganson, a line out to start the fourth. Leonette had singled his first time up. Now he's 1 for 2. Here's Matt Phipps. He flew out to right his first time up. 3-0 is your score. Western Kentucky in the lead with the 4-hit third inning. 4-hit and 1 sac fly for that matter. Outside to Phipps, 1-0. Hit in the air to center. Jackson Winstrom near the Western Kentucky logo. Makes it 2 up, 2 down. Here's Ty Crittenberger, grounded out to third. His first time up. In the air to right, Morganson on his horse to the fence. It's off the fence. He cuts it off, fires it in, and holds Crittenberger to a double. That was hit a ton the opposite way, right at the 370 mark and about 3/4 of the way up the fence. So the first extra base hit today for Western Kentucky is a 2-out double. And the inning continues for Ray Zuberer. Zuberer started the hit parade in the third with a single and scored the game's first run. Fake back to second, and Crittenberger back to the bag, though no owl came to cover. I don't think you're going to see any sort of shenanigans with 2 outs, but sometimes that's the test there, the litmus, if you will. Inside ball 1. Breaking ball outside corner 1-1. Well, I was going to shout at this next person on the YouTubes. I think that's spam. I'm talking about the weather, and he's giving us air conditioning. Oh, Angie Reese, hello. Listening from Illinois. Go Owls. Yes, ma'am. Appreciate you typing in. Better than the last chat. Low and outside, 2-1. The last literal spam chat. Can I get rid of this? Remove. Nice. He gone. All right, 2-1 to Zuberer. Got the inside corner and the call, 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and a runner at second for the Hilltoppers. Another fake back to second, keeping Crittenberger close. This Western Kentucky team is a running squad. They've got 4 guys in the lineup with 6 or more. And 40 of them on the season. The Owls have 24. Break-even pitch is low and outside, and it's full. Furthermore on this YouTube channel chat, love it. Keep typing in. I mean, I'll take questions if you got them within reason. I can answer about the squad or the game. 3-2. On the ground to first. Shanuel is there. He'll take it to the bag himself, and that'll end the inning. If you have questions, honestly, we do the podcast every week, every Friday with Coach Mack. shoot me some questions on this chat, and I'll include them in next week's episode. Next week's episode will be senior heavy with senior day next weekend, but heck yeah, shoot me some questions. This is a good way to do it. I'll save them, put them in the back pocket for next week. So if you got them, it's 3-0 WKU Owls trail as we head to the fifth, and again, in just a 7-inning game here, as we've got 2 sevens on the docket for today. So the Owls need to kick it in gear sooner rather than later. They'll have Alvarez, Murray, and Shanuel in the fifth, and they'll come courtesy of Duncan. Use the Duncan app for contactless ordering. America runs on Duncan. Top of the lineup in the Owls' fifth inning. Next 4 are left-handers, counting the switch hitter Murray against the righty Cates, but he hasn't had trouble against lefties or righties in this game. 4 scoreless innings, scattering 4 hits and a walk, and a hit batter with 5 Ks. The Owls had 2 on in the first, 3 in the second. Couldn't, score. Meanwhile, Cates has retired 7 of the last 8. As Alvarez comes up empty, or fouls it off. 0-1. Got Noah Goldberg listening in, driving on Alligator Alley. Noah, be careful. Keep your eyes on the road, buddy. There's alligators on Alligator Alley. And Panthers. Outside it goes, 1-1 to Alvarez. Do have some Owl fans in attendance today. Trying to cheer Alvarez on as he swings and misses 1 and 2. Keep logged in, I guess, is the right verbiage. Stay on this channel. Outside 2 and 2. We'll have both games right here. You don't have to get out and get back in. There'll be some dead air between games as I do other duties, get the lineups, make the pregame graphic, make the postgame graphic, all that good stuff. Bouncing ball in 3 and 2, but both games will be right here. All however many innings of them today. And we'll switch it up tomorrow, and those links are on the website and on the Twitter. So, but yeah, stay here all day for games 1 and 2. Full count to Alvarez. And he puts it past the diving second baseman, Zuberer, and into right field. Line hit for Alvarez, and I tell you, that was a stretch from Zuberer. He is listed as 6 foot even. If he's 6'2", he makes that play. B.J. Murray's 1 for 2. Second straight inning, the Owls have put the leadoff batter on. We'll see if they can do better than they did last inning, because the next 3 were retired by Cates. In the 4th, Murray takes ball 1 outside. Strike called, 1-1. Outside, 2-1. Alvarez gets his lead off first, and they throw over, as I say that. Does Cates. Will is 3 for 5 on stolen base attempts this year. Outside 3-1. Cates has 1 walk issued in this game. That was Alvarez back in the second to load him, and it did not come back to bite Cates. And Murray will send this through the right side for a base hit. Alvarez will stop at second as that ball was hit hard. 2 on, and nobody out for Nolan Shanuel, who represents the tying run. Nolan hit by a pitch and a ground out to short. He's seen 2 pitches in this game. We'll see if this at bat could be a little more prolonged and hopefully productive. It'll be pitch 70 for Cates. Low and inside, ball 1. Strike called, 1-1. They shift a bit on Shanuel, the shortstop. Lambert playing up the middle. But they don't shift enough as Shanuel puts it through the right side. The stop sign thrown up. And the bases are loaded on 3 straight singles. Well, this is very reminiscent of the Western Kentucky third, although those came with 1 out. 3 singles that just found holes. We'll see if Stephen Loden can do something here. First, we're going to get a mound visit for the Hilltoppers. Stephen Loden on the year is 2 for 2 with the bases loaded. Both singles, knocking in a total of 3 runs. The Owls have 6 grand slams on the year. All of these are facts. I'm just naming facts. Just putting all of these things in the atmosphere. Loden 0 for 2 today. Tried to bunt his way on for a base hit, and it took a nice play from Cates to squelch that back in the third. He struck out looking his first time up with 2 on and 1 out. Comes up here with ducks on the pond and nobody out, or owls on the pond. Alvarez at third, Murray at second, and Shanuel at first. Top of the lineup, again, like Westerns, has done what it does. They've hit. Loden takes a strike inside corner of the knees. A little bit of a delayed call by our home plate umpire. Seven hits for each team, but 3 in the run column for Western Kentucky. None for your Owls. But Loden will have one here as he drops it into right. That'll score 1, and that'll be all it scores, as 4 well-struck singles to right have made it a 2-run game at 3-1. Caleb Pendleton is 2 for 5 this season with the bases loaded. Would you care to guess what those 2 hits were? If you're an Owl fan, you know. I don't even have to tell you. Pendleton, first pitch fouled off. So 4 hits all to right field in this inning have provided FAU's first run. Pendleton likely won't go to right as a right-handed batter, but stranger things have happened. 0-1. Chopper to third. The play will come home first, and that will be all they get as Meyer throws out Murray. First out of the inning, bases still loaded for Mitch Hardigan. Hardigan has 2 hits this year with the bases loaded. He's 2 for 5, and one of those was a grand slam that came last weekend against FIU. 8 runs batted in these situations for Hardigan. 4 came on 1 swing of the bat. Swing and a miss, nothing in 1. This is the first trouble that Cates has gotten into. Well, not the first trouble. He was able to get out of a couple of multiple runner-on situations early, but not yet here, though there is 1 out. This one's through the legs of Leonetti. Bare hands it off of the brick, throws to Cates, who's not there in time. Loden slides, or Shanuel, I should say, slides in safely on the wild pitch and makes it a 1-run game. Oh, Leonetti made that closer, a lot closer than I thought it would be after it went through his legs. Second and third, 1 out. Does take away the force out and at least a ground out double play. A 1-1 count to Hardigan. And he rips this one right, and that's going to be over the head of Gray. It's going to give the Owls the lead on a 2-run double by Mitch Hardigan in a 4-run inning for your Owls. And with Hardigan at second after his team high 16th double of the year, here's Bobby Morganson. Strike called to Morganson. Nothing in 1. And a called strike. Nothing in 2. Morganson on a 2-strike pitch. Loops it into left for a base hit. They're going to send the runner. Hardigan, the throw is up the line. And no, the tag unable to be made. A 5-3 game on likely a single for Morganson. I think he went to second on the throw, but he's at second with still 1 out and a 5-3 lead. On the 6th hit of the inning for FAU. Jalen DeBose still with just 1 out. DeBose takes one low, ball 1. Jalen has a double. He's 1 for 2 today. And it's 2-0, 2-in. Western Kentucky has a side armor warming up in their pen. Out in left. (2-0) to DeBose. Taken for strike 1. So Morganson with his leadoff second. He's still in scoring, or he's in scoring position with still just 1 out. Low and outside, 3-1. Hits came in a flurry here in the 5th for FAU. Swing and a miss to run it full. That is Dalton Shoemake in the Western Kentucky bullpen warming up. Payoff pitch to DeBose. Taking strike 3. 2 away. Ninth batter of the inning will be Jackson Winstrom. He's 0 for 2. Swing and a miss by Winstrom. And same thing, same result. 2 strikes to Winstrom. Now 90 pitches for Cates. This inning really got away from him after he had been very good early on. Oh, 2 here. Hit on the ground to second off of Zuberer. Morgansen's going to come around to score to double up the Hilltoppers at 6-3. And that's going to do it for Jack Cates. He can't get out of the 5th as the Owls hold now a 6-3 lead. Pitching change coming in. The globally and nationally renowned MBA in Sport Management program at FAU. 21st year of helping the sports and entertainment executives of tomorrow. We'll tell you who is on for the Hilltoppers after this. It is, in fact, the sidewinder Dalton Shoemake, the left-hander making his 12th appearance for Western Kentucky, 2-0 this year with a 4.66 ERA. He'll face Wilfredo Alvarez batting for the second time in the inning, and Shoemake goes over the top with the first pitch for strike 1. He was flinging it in the bullpen sidearm. Maybe he does it all. Alvarez led off this inning with a single to right. Came around to score a run That's so far been the first of 6 in the inning for FAU. Outside corner, 1-1. Alvarez shakes his head at that one. Got Winstrom at second with 2 outs after his scored RBI single. Two straight pitch here with Winstrom going is nubbed to the third base side. Shoemake makes a tremendous play to get Alvarez going to his right, falling away from the first base bag. He throws it a strike to first to get Alvarez. Nicely done, and it holds FAU for many more runs in a 6-run fifth. Owls 6 and Hilltoppers 3, and that run-scoring inning courtesy of Nozzle Nolan Pest and Lawn Solutions. Speak to a specialist today at 1-800-22-NOLAN, 1-800-226-6536. Call Nozzle Nolan today. So Hunter Cooley's going to pitch with a lead for the first time today after the Owls explode for 6 in the top half of this 5th inning. Bottom half is led off by Carlin, who flares it down the opposite field and nearly into the bed of the pickup truck. There's a road abutting the right field line down this our right-hand side here, and no netting really to protect those cars. It's 1-1 now to Carlin. So anything down the right field side is hunting for a vehicle. To the left side, Murray makes a beautiful play, spins, throws in time as he takes it off of the grass, off of the turf, and fires it to Shanuel for out number 1. Jackson Gray is 1 for 2, had an RBI single in the 3rd and scored. More than that, and this is just adding insult to injury for the cars. There's a stoplight at the end of the road that butts the cars, kind of, bottlenecks them in still foul ground, not to mention home run territory down the right field line. It's an adventure, to be sure. Ball 1 on pitch number 70 for Hunter Cooley. And a foul ball off the mask of Pendleton. 1 ball, 1 strike. Brandon Frasina out of the FAU dugout for the first time today. And for better or worse, his appearance is brought to you by the official orthopedics and sports medicine provider of FAU Athletics. That's Baptist Health. He is shooed back into the dugout. Caleb says, "I'm good," to both Brandon and Coach Mack. So a short appearance for Brandon. That's the best kind, if not 0 appearances. Just outside from Cooley, 2-1. Hunter's given up 3 runs on 7 hits with the odd no walk, no strikeout lines as of right now. Meanwhile, swing and a miss by Gray, 2-2. And that was just low and maybe a little outside. It's full. Hunter has struck out 7 in a game, 6 3 times, 5 once, but 0 is weird. This one's hit a ton to right, but he got under it, and Morganson will take it at the edge of the track for the second out of the home fifth. Now the cleanup batter, Richard Constantine, had an RBI single his last time up as well, 1 for 2. The second game that'll start half an hour, 45 minutes after this one, will feature the starting pitching matchup of Matt Sparling for FAU and Sean Bergeron for WKU. 1-1 count to Constantine. And if I don't get to say it before I put the headset down and, again, leave this broadcast live, I'll tweet it when the first pitch will be of Game 2. Line drive right at Wilfredo Alvarez. He takes it about chin high for a 1-2-3 fifth for Hunter Cooley. It stays 6-3 Owls. After bringing 10 to the plate in the fifth, B.J. Murray leads off the sixth, and IBEW Local Union 728 represents 1,500-plus members of the electrical trade in many South Florida counties: Broward, Palm Beach, Martin, Hendry, Glade, St. Lucie, and Okeechobee counties. That's the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local Union 728, a proud partner of FAU Athletics. B.J. Murray, one of 3 Owls with a 2-hit game towards their 11, towards a 6-4 lead in this ball game. Or I'm sorry, a 6-3 lead in this ball game. B.J. Murray singled in the first and in the fifth. In between, he struck out swinging. First pitch down the right field line. And in fair territory, Jackson Gray makes out number 1. Strike on the outside corner to Shanuel, who's been on twice, a hit, plus being hit by a pitch back in the first. Bouncing ball in, 1 ball, 1 strike. And it's low to Nolan, 2-1. Time called to the plate by Leonette. Strike called, 2-2. 6 runs, 11 hits for FAU, 3 runs and 7 hits for Western Kentucky. And remember again, this is a 7-inning ball game. We're in the top of the 6th. Payoff. Shanuel gets a piece to stay alive. We'll do it again. Up the middle, knocked down by Shoemake, and he'll throw to first in time. I mentioned Shoemake was throwing sidearm in the bullpen. He dropped down a little bit on that offering and induced the ground out. 2 up, 2 down. Here's Stephen Loden. Well, Shoemake has certainly done his job. He's retired all 3 batters he's faced. Misses on the first pitch to Loden, 1 for 3. An RBI and a run scored. Strike called inside corner, 1-1. Bouncing ball in, 2-1. Mentioned Sparling Bergeron in Game 2. The Owls' Game 3 starter is TBD, but they'll go with Javi Rivera in the finale as he's settled into that role, and it's really gone well for him for the most part. 3-1 now to Loden. You might say to yourself, well, if you're pitching so well, why not move him up in the rotation? Well, that's not really in the cards. You got a stopper at the end of a series, which oftentimes is a 9-inning affair. Although with doubleheaders, that can change things up. That's where they want him. That's where he's going to stay. Payoff is ball 4 to Loden, and that's the first base runner against Shoemake. So Caleb Pendleton will step in. Pendleton will step in with 2 away. Grounded into a fielder's choice his last time up with the bases loaded and ended up coming around to score, though. At this point, and nothing against Caleb, he's the only out without a hit this afternoon of their 11. Takes it just low, ball 1. Caleb coming in, as I mentioned, was batting .271. He's making his 20th start of the season. Throw over to first, and Loden wasn't even far enough off the bag for a full dive back in. Just kind of went to a knee and reached out to touch the base. They pinch up the middle, or at least the second baseman does, against Caleb. Swing and a miss here, 1-1. Outfield straight away against the Owls catcher. Fouled towards the road. 1-2. Couldn't spot that one to see. Imagine you're just driving along and a foul ball hits your car. I guess that's what you get if you're this close to a ballpark. Pendleton into center, and that'll be caught by Crittenberger. The 2-out walk is of no consequence, and the inning is over. Bottom of the 6th is next, and it'll feature Meyer, Lambert, and Leonette in the Hilltoppers lineup. City Electric Supply is a family-owned electrical wholesale business, and CES is dedicated to providing the best service and support for customers in the residential, commercial, and industrial markets since 1983. First pitch of the bottom half of the sixth inning. Matthew Meyer fouls straight back. And this one's hit on the ground. Alvarez backhand. The double hop to first is in time to retire Meyer. And that's the first out of the sixth inning. Well, sometimes the turf helps. That would have been one of the times. It just bounced twice into the glove of Shanuel. Kevin Lambert 0 for 2. Twice he hit it to the left side, once to third, once to short. Or the opposite. First one was to short, second one was to third, but either way, 0 for 2 and 0 and 1 in the count on a swing and a miss. He pops this one to the left side and just out of play. So everybody resets, and now the 2-strike count. It's a quick pitch. Taken upstairs, ball 1. Home plate umpire says he didn't set. He called it a ball no matter what. But the home plate umpire didn't like the quick pitch, like most batters don't, saying he didn't set before the pitch. And Coach Mack's having that conversation with him now. Quick pitch in and of itself isn't illegal. It's off-putting, to be certain. That's the first time we've seen that today from Hunter, usually once or twice a game. He'll just come through with the full windup here and bounce it in. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And again, Hunter does not have a strikeout today, which is still odd. On the ground to second, Stephen Loden, diving play. His throw from a knee is in time as Shanuel keeps his foot on the bag. As Stephen Loden continues to show great range at second base. Now they're taking a look at Nolan Shanuel's hand. Now he and the runner, Lambert, collided. And I wonder if maybe on the collision, if he didn't step on Nolan's hand. And, well, another Brandon Forcina appearance, but Nolan is going to stay in the game. He's looking at his throwing hand, his right hand. 2 down. There's Ricardo Leonette. Just to go back, if you remember, Western Kentucky got 4 straight hits in the third and then a sac fly. Well, that sac fly was 11 batters ago, and then in the last 11 batters, Western Kentucky has managed 1 hit, a double by Krittenberger. And the umpires are going to huddle up and talk about, I don't know, the last play. Lambert's in the dugout, so he didn't hang around the first base bag as if to say he was safe. And we got another delay in the action as Nolan continues to flex his throwing hand. Well, they huddle up, they point, the home plate umpire does to first base and say that Lambert is out, as he was initially. So again, 2 up, 2 down. Here's Leonette. One for 2, a single in the second. He lined out to right in the fourth. Outside ball 1. swing and a miss. Leonette was swinging for the fences there. No balls, 2 strikes. Does not have a home run on the year in limited time. I may have said 0-2. It's a 1-1 count. Now it's 2-1. Cooley nearing the 90 pitch mark. If he can get Leonette and retire him quickly. Popped up left side. It's Alvarez. It's Murray, and it's out of play. The left field line. Well, both lines have a sort of lounge area, patio area for fans. And while there's a vast amount of foul territory near the dugouts, it goes away as you go down the line. There's not a lot of room for those higher, deeper foul pop-ups. 2-2. Outside, 3 balls, 2 strikes. And time called by someone? No, I think the umpire just assumed he heard it and didn't. Leonette's going to get a 2-out single here in the second, for his second hit in the 6th inning. We have a runner on with 2 outs for the 0-for-2 Matt Phipps. Phipps has what no owl has or can have, a big bushy beard. I mean, it's a well-kept beard, not allowed in the FAU baseball program for players and staff. Phipps unable to check his swing, 0-1. That's a well-kept beard. 0-1. Fouled away. To the right side, 0-2. Owls have people milling around in the bullpen, but no one as of yet throwing to a catcher. It's now 1-2 to Phipps. You've got Tristan McGinnis, of course, out there, the assistant pitching coach. He's always in the bullpen on the 1s and 2s on the walkie-talkie. On the ground to second. Nice backhand play by Loden. He'll flip it to Alvarez to retire Leonette and end the inning. Probably good there was a runner on base for that purpose. That would have been a tough play for him to throw across his body to first. So the score remains 6-3 Owls as we head to, hopefully, knock on wood, the final inning of play here in game number 1. Mitch Hartigan, the Owls DH, already in the on-deck circle, ready to bat. To lead off the 7th, you're listening to Owls Baseball here on YouTube, and you're going to get a 7th inning, courtesy of the best residential sales. I'm going to start over. The best residential generator sales and service in South Florida. That's Assurance Power Systems. So Dalton Shoemake will return for the 7th inning. Inning and a third scoreless, just a walk So far, the 6'1", 205-pound junior from Glasgow, Kentucky, and Wabash Valley College. Missed low on the first offering to Hardigan. Ball 1. Mitch has 2 hits and 3 at-bats today. A single and a 2-run double that really opened up things in the 5th. A 6-run FAU 5th, and all of their runs in this 6-3 game. Strike called on the outside corner, 2-1. Same call, same result. Same pitch, same result. 2-2 on the outside corner to Hardigan. It just keeps on hitting. Outside, this one is outside. 3-2. Hardigan, Morganson, DeBose. If anyone reaches Winstrom in the FAU 7th, leading 6-3 in the first of 2 games here at Nick Dennis Field today. Up the middle, that's where the shortstop was playing, but Lambert's throw is in time? Oh my. Oh, I'm going to disagree with that one. Lambert was playing up the middle, bobbled it. The throw in time? So they say. Mitch thought he had his 3rd hit of the day. John McCormack's going to have a word with the base umpire, but that likely won't change things because it doesn't. And it doesn't. So here we go. 1 down. Bobby Morganson to the plate. Home plate umpire went out as well to, I don't know, be a part of the conversation. He didn't agree or overrule or anything like that. Bobby Morganson, 2 singles today, an RBI and a run scored, swings and misses nothing in 1. Some good production from the bottom portion of the lineup today. 2 hits for Hardigan, 2 for Morganson. Winstrom has a run batted in. DeBose has a double. Popped up into the left. And caught out there by Carlin. 2 down for Jalen DeBose. DeBose 1 for 3 with that aforementioned double. Takes ball 1. And a swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jalen has extended his reach base streak with the double earlier today to 14 straight games. That's the longest current streak on the team. Fouls it away, 1-2. And when he gets on base, he creates havoc, chaos. Check swing, fouled away. Was the old excuse me swing, as it's 1-2. Because the Owls were 2 hit a couple of games ago, there aren't any real current hitting streaks on the team. Stephen Loden's at 3 is the highest. Another excuse me swing to foul it off. But reach base wise, you've got DeBose at 14, you've got BJ Murray at 8. And that's really all there as well. That's what happens when you get stuffed and by a good pitcher, by a good outing. Fouled away again. Still 1-2. And it's outside, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Western Kentucky will have 9, 1, and 2 due up in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Swing and a miss in the inning, and it'll be Krittenberger, Zuber, and Carlin in the bottom half of what could be the final inning of play here in game number 1. We'll see. Hunter Cooley's the first out of the dugout for your Owls to try to finish this off. He's got 1 complete game on the season. We'll see if he can get number 2 here tonight. No changes defensively for FAU, including, of course, Hunter Cooley back out for the 7th. Now, Nolan Shanuel has stayed in the game since that collision at first. His hand is wrapped now, his throwing hand. Maybe I'll see if I can get a word on that in between games, but as of right now, he's still in the ballgame. Ty Krittenberger is 1 for 2, doubled his last time up. The only extra base hit of the game for Western Kentucky among their 8 hits. Fouls the first one off. 0-1. Hunter Cooley, 6 innings, 8 hits, 3 runs, without a walk, without a strikeout, on 94, now 95 pitches. Takes a strike, does Krittenberger, 0-2. And inside, 1-2. Hit in the air to right center, where Jackson Winstrom will camp underneath of it for the first out. Back to the top of the lineup, and Ray Zuberer, the 3rd, by the way, steps in 1 for 3 today. First pitch strike to him, 0-1. Singleton scored in the 3rd, a fly out and a ground out otherwise. And strike 2. Hunter Cooley's other complete game this season came in the 12-0 win over Marshall. The Mercy Rule shortened game back on March 26th. He went 7 scoreless in that ball game through 99 pitches. He's over that with the last offering. He's got 100, and his 1-2 pitch is fouled away. Still a ball and 2 strikes. Hunter's thrown as many as 112 pitches in a game. 112, 108. This is his 3rd climb up and over the century mark. Fouled away again. Hunter gave up 4 straight hits in the 3rd, and all 3 of the runs. Otherwise, scoreless. and scattering 4 hits in the ball game. You could do that the other way too. Cates was awfully good besides the 6 that FAU put up against him in the 5th. 2-2 count to the Western Kentucky leadoff batter. And this one hits Zuber. It didn't break. None whatsoever. Slow pitch in between the shoulder blades. It's the second hit batter of the game, first for Cooley. Runner on with 1 out for Justin Carlin. Carlin has a hit in 3 at-bats. Pop out, ground out, otherwise. The Owls do have Mike Intenza warming up in the FAU pen down the right field line. Fouled away to the right side. I always pause to wait to hear ball on car. Nothing on that one. Popped up in play. BJ Murray, barely moving, now makes the squeeze. And the Hilltoppers down to their final out in the form of Jackson Gray. Like Zuber, or like Carlin, a single. Sandwiched in between 2 outs. Ground out to short and a fly out to right today. And they'll shift in this lefty-lefty matchup. Low and outside, and a nice stop by Caleb Pendleton to knock that one down. 1-0. Now make it a 2-0 count to Gray. Set above the belt. Fouled straight back. 2-1. The Owls, besides Cooley's 1, have Rivera's 2 complete games on the year, so looking for the 4th CG effort of the season. Bouncing ball in, and no man's land for a moment was Zuber, but Shanuel's not holding him on, and in fact, if Zuber wanted to try to take second, it'd be silly. It would be a silly attempt with the arm of Pendleton behind the plate, but 3-1. Foul down the first base side. And it is full. So now, Zuber will be off on the pitch. As the payoff comes to the plate from Cooley. Let's see if this one stays in play. It does not. So we'll have another. Another payoff. The runner going is strike 3 called. The only strikeout of the game for Hunter Cooley is the 21st out and game ender. Owls win here in the opening game of 2 today over Western Kentucky. 6-3 as Hunter Cooley pulls off the complete game victory, his 7th victory of the season. 6 runs, 11 hits for FAU, 3 runs, 8 hits for Western Kentucky. Again, I'm going to leave this broadcast rolling. You'll hear dead air. You won't hear a thing for a while, but just know that we'll be back in a specified amount of time to be determined with Game 2 here on this channel. But your final score for this game for the final time is 6-3 Owls. Back with Game 2 in a bit. All right, hello once more. This is Jonathan Frazier coming to you live for Game 2. Still coming to you here from Bowling Green after the Owls took the opener 6-3 earlier this afternoon. Game 2 is getting ready to begin as we speak as Wilfredo Alvarez steps to the dish. And the first pitch at 3:46 p.m. local time is foul out of play to the left side. And 1-1. Oh, 2 count is upstairs. And a foul ball. Excuse me. Makes it 1-1. Or, what? No, 1-2. Alvarez hits this one into left. It's going to hang up there for Carlin. 1 down. BJ Murray next at 3:15. Has 11 home runs and 44 batted in. First pitch fouled off. 0-1. And this one's hit to the left field shallow, and it'll be the shortstop. Kevin Lambert, out number 2. The starting pitcher, by the way, for Western Kentucky, Sean Bergeron, has 4 complete games among his 11 starts on the season. 3-5 record, and ERA under 4 of 3.95. First pitch taken by Nolan Shanuel, ball 1. And ball 2 to the 333 batting, Shanuel, 9 homers, 49 batted in. This one's taken. 2-1. Shanuel inside out swing, loops it into left. That's a base hit. And there goes the no-hitter for Bergeron and the Hilltoppers. Bringing up the cleanup batter and Owls second baseman, Stephen Loden. And Loden puts it up the middle on the first pitch. 2 on, 2 out. Inning extended. Inning continues for Caleb Pendleton. Fouls the first pitch back, 0-1. And a strike called, 0-2. Pendleton is at 257. 6 home runs for the freshman catcher, 19 batted in. Ropes this one down the left field line, but was ahead of it, and it's out of play. Right. Well, let's check all this good stuff. Top of the first inning. That's good to go. Wonderful. 2 on, 2 out, and a 1-2 count to Caleb. Bouncing ball in, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Same defensive alignment for Western Kentucky, and that includes Leonette behind the plate, who just blocked that pitch off the turf from Bergeron, who, by the way, is a 6'2", 225-pound junior right-hander. Pendleton hits it hard to center, but it is right at Ty Crittenberger. Crittenberger makes the play to end the inning. Owls get 2 2-out hits, but leave them on. And we're scoreless through a half inning of play. And Ray Zuberer will lead it off for Western Kentucky in just a moment. All right, so left-hander Matt Sparling out for his 11th appearance and 10th start of the year. Misses outside to Ray Zuberer. Ball 1. Matt is 2-4. Has a 3.71 ERA. As Zuberer fouls it back 1-1. More on Sparling, 46 strikeouts against 20 walks in 51 innings. Strike called 1-2. Batter sitting 239 against the junior left-hander. Zuberer sitting 294. Had a hit in game 1. Oh, that's a pretty breaking ball, but off the outside corner, 2-2. Our home plate umpire is Randy Hunley, with Lindy Hall at first and Greg Howard at third. Break-even pitch is outside, and it's 3-2. Sparling pitched pretty well last weekend against FIU, but ran into a high pitch count and had to come out. And the leadoff batter walks on 6 pitches. Sperling through 5 innings of 3-hit shutout baseball against FIU, but unable to come back out for the 6th. And in that Saturday game, the only full Saturday game as it turned out, with the suspension of the game before. It's 1-0 to Justin Carlin. Outside corner strike. Carlin at .384, 6 home runs, 25 batted in. He has also had a hit in the opener. 1-1. Bouncing ball in and knocked down by Pendleton, 2-1. Hunter Cooley, in his complete game effort in the first game of today's doubleheader, scattered 8 hits and 3 runs, 4 hits, and all 3 runs came in 1 inning. Otherwise, he was pretty well flawless. 2-1 pitch. Up the ladder. Left side, right behind the mound. As Shanuel slips behind the mound, and Murray is the one that makes the play. It's his play all the way. 1 down. Jackson Gray hits .353 this season. Which came into the weekend 3rd highest in Conference USA. He'll take ball 1 after a 1-for-4 opening game showing. He's down to .353 for what that's worth. Strike called. 1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 out here in the home half of the first. Low and outside, 2-1. Zuber has not made a break for second yet. And recall that he is 13 of 13 on the season in steals. And time called. This is through the right side and under the leaping Zuberer into right. Two on, 1 out. Bringing up the cleanup batter in DH for Western Kentucky, Richard Constantine. This one's hit on a line, but literally not moving an inch is Mitch Hardigan in left field. 2 down. Couldn't have placed him any more perfectly. 2 down, and Matthew Meyer is next, hitting .306. 3 home runs, 27 batted in. Breaking ball on the outside corner on the first pitch to Meyer, strike one. Ripped into left field for a hit. Runner's going to be sent. Hardigan's throw cut off for the second game today. Western Kentucky will take the lead. So a two-out base hit for Meyer extends the inning for Kevin Lambert. No relation that we know of to Gunnar Lambert, or for that matter, Kevin Abraham. And the first pitch is taken, strike one, by the Western Kentucky shortstop. Foul down the left side, 0-2. It's the inning opening walk is the runner that scores after a couple of doubles. Or I'm sorry, a couple of singles. Upstairs 1-2. Meyer picking up his 28th run batted in of the year, knocking Zuberer in for the 37th time. And this is up the middle for a base hit. Winstrom's throw will be brought into the cutoff. And two-out singles have scored runs for the Hilltoppers. Bring David Kopp out of the FAU dugout to speak to Sparling. Mentioned it as it was occurring in Game 1 earlier today that the Owls are and do have a winning record when opponents score first. They move to 12-9 earlier in today's doubleheader. We'll see if they can make it 13-9 today, with a lot of baseball to go. Ricardo Leonette had 2 hits. He was the only Hilltopper with 2 hits in Game 1 today. 5 for 28 in his limited time behind the plate. The Caracas, Venezuela native and sophomore catcher for the Hilltoppers. 11th start here. Fouls it down the right side. Oof, nearly cut that white sedan. 0-1. Into right, Morganson racing towards the field. He catch that ball? He certainly did. What a catch. Saves 2 runs and keeps Leonette from his first extra base hit of the season. Great play by the Owls right fielder. Western Kentucky does score 2 on 3 hits and a walk here in the first, but it could have been worse. Thank you, Bobby. 2-0 Western Kentucky. The Owls got 2 2-out hits in the first, but that was it. The Hilltoppers 2 2-out hits in their half of the first both scored runs, and, well, that's where we are, 2-0. Western Kentucky. Mitch Hardigan leads off the Owls second and takes strike one. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Mitch had 2 hits and might have had 3 on a bang-bang play at first he was called out on. Had a big 2-run double in a 6-run fifth, and he hits this one on a line to center. Caught over the shoulder by Crittenberger. He made it look easy. 1 down. Here's Bobby Morganson after his just tremendous diving, leaping catch in the last half inning. Takes ball 1. And takes strike 1. Off the outside corner, 2 balls, 1 strike. And it's 3-1. Bergeron, this is a tremendous stat among his stats. 66 innings coming in, 59 strikeouts, and only 6 walks. So nearly 10-1 strikeout to walk ratio. And Morganson right on that one, fouled it back. And fouled away again. Count stays full. Bobby had 2 hits in game 1, including an RBI single. And sends this one through the left side on a 3-2 pitch. 3rd FAU hit of the ball game. Nick Toney's going to see his first action of the series, DHing here in the nightcap. Comes in at 234. Takes a strike outside corner. 5 home runs, 22 batted in for Nick on the season. Fouled away, 0-2. And Tony sends it into right field for a base hit on an 0-2 count. Nice piece of hitting by Nick. 2 on, 1 out. Jackson Winstrom to the plate. Winstrom had an RBI single last game. Quietly has been doing well his last couple of games. I'm trying to trumpet it, but with some caution. If they could get Jackson to come around and Bobby, be big for the remainder of this season. 1-0 to Winstrom. Now 2-0 to the Owls center fielder. Outside 3-0. Owls and Hilltoppers are scheduled to meet twice more this weekend, but nothing has been determined as far as game days or game times. Originally, tomorrow would have been a noon Central start for a doubleheader, a scheduled doubleheader, but we'll wait and see. It's a 4-pitch walk of Winstrom. It's bases loaded, and just one out for Wilfredo Alvarez. Could be earlier tomorrow, could be later, could be one game tomorrow, could be two, could be none. There's just a lot going on with the forecast and the radar. After a pitching visit, here is the Owls' leadoff hitter. Strike one after missing on all four offerings to Winstrom. Gets a first pitch strike. To Alvarez. And a swinging strike of Wilfredo. Will flew out to left his first time up. With the bases loaded and one out here. He's down in the count, 0-2. Alvarez, jam shot, shallow right, caught on the jog by Zuberer. Nobody going anywhere. And that's the second out of the inning. Now B.J. Murray. Murray batting left-handed against the righty Bergeron. Opportunity to get the Owls back into this ball game. Foul to the left side. 0-1. Murray to the right side, right where the second baseman Zuberer was playing on the shift. And Bergeron gets out of a bases-loaded one-out jam as the Owls squander this opportunity. And it's not the first time it's happened this season. Unfortunately, in this case, keeps them down 2-0. Phipps, Krittenberger, Zuberer in the WKU second, holding the early lead. Got a 1-1 count to start the second inning. Sparling in a matchup against Phipps. Matt Sparling, Matt Phipps. And the 1-1 is a strike called. 1-2. Phipps is hitting 196 on the season with a home run and 12 batted in. Taken in the dirt or off the turf. 2-2. On the ground to second, where Loden takes him on a couple of hops. Throws to Shanuel. 1 down. Now Ty Crittenberger. 265 batter after his 1-for-3 showing in game number 1. 2 hits, or 2 home runs, I should say, 10 runs batted in. Got his 7th double of the year earlier today. In game 1. Takes this pitch off the plate outside 1-0. And a swing and a miss, 1 ball, 1 strike. It's low. It's 2-1. Sparling's had his ups and downs on the season. As I mentioned, his last outing was pretty good. Just was a high pitch count as it's fouled away, 2-2. And it was through no fault of his own. It was not walks. It was not him being wild. It was just deep counts. A lot of foul balls by FIU hitters. Inside, and it's full to Crittenberger, who reacted to that inside pitch. Payoff is hit to the right side, where Loden will range to his left. Throw to first for his 2nd assist of the inning. Now Zuberer, who walked and scored last inning. Strike called on the outside corner. So we get any indication of tomorrow's game or game times, I'll let you know when I hear, whether it's here live or whether it's later on in the Twitter verse on the post-game recap. Both. We'll get the information out there as many ways as possible. 2-strike pitch here. Pendleton, Loden, Shanuel, Morganson were all headed into the dugout, but no. 1-2. It's a nice pitch, just didn't get the call. Hit on the ground to second. Stephen Loden's going to make all 3 plays in the inning. 3 4-3 putouts for an easy 1-2-3 inning for Sparling. Well, the Owls had 2 on in the first and the bases loaded in the second, left them all. Sound familiar? That's what happened in game number 1, and eventually they came together to have a 6th spot. We'll see if something similar is in the cards here for inning number 3 or later, as Shanuel, Loden, and Pendleton will be the trio to bat. And if you have been injured in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, call DeMesman and Dover Accident Attorneys 24/7 for a free consultation. 866-954-MORE. That's 866-954-6673. DeMesman and Dover. No, and Shanuel rockets the first pitch straight back. Foul. 0-1. Sounded like a gunshot. Shanuel singled in the first. He's 1 for 1. Takes it upstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nolan spoke to him in between games. Had his hand wrapped. He said he's good to go. In so many words. Fights it off left side. 1-2. Can't let getting your hand stepped on keep you out of a ball game. Of course, unless you had, I don't know, some sort of broken bones. Upstairs, 2-2. And fouled off, and it remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. And he popped him up. Took a little off that one, and Shanuel got under it and hits it to left where the center fielder, Crittenberger, calls off his teammate Justin Carlin to make the play for out number 1. Stephen Loden is also 1 for 1. Loden up the middle, and he just continues to hit. Apparently, that's what Stephen Loden does. He hits baseballs. 2 for 2. Bringing up Caleb Pendleton. Pendleton lined out to center in the first. He'll look at strike 1. Pendleton, chopper to third, throw to second for 1, and that'll be all they get. And looked like Zuber had trouble catching it or transitioning it into his throwing hand. But he was able to keep hold of it long enough to get Loden. Coach Mack wants some clarification as to whether the second baseman ever truly caught the ball. Zuber thinking that Loden slid in the middle of that whole process, but it's not going to change the call. So the lead runner out, and Pendleton on via the fielder's choice. Here's Mitch Hardigan. And now a 2-0 count. Mitch lined out to center, his first time up. And 3-0. Here's the strike, 3-1. is taking all the way was Hardigan. And he fouls it off to run it full. With the runner going, it doesn't matter. It's a walk of Hardigan, and amazingly, Bergeron has walked 2 batters in this game after walking 6 in his previous 60 innings. 66 innings. Two on, 2 out for Bobby Morganson, who has a single in this game, but slow chopper back to the pitcher, and Bergeron throws to first in plenty of time to leave 2 and now 7 Owls stranded in 3 innings of play. They've had multiple runners on every frame against Bergeron and nothing to show for it as of yet. It is 2-0. Western Kentucky will have the third, the bottom half, in just a bit. Justin Carlin fouls the first pitch off to him in the third. It's 0-1. Matt Sparling gave up 2 in the first, but got a 1-2-3 second. He's retired quietly 4 batters in a row. Outside 1 ball, 1 strike. And 2-1 now. Don't often see a right-handed shift, but they have done it against Carlin every time, where Loden plays short, Alvarez plays between short and third, and Murray plays third on the line. Liner into left, caught on the jog by Mitch Hardigan, 1 down. Here's Jackson Gray, singled and scored in the first. Jackson Gray now up and over his 53 average, a little higher. He slices this one towards the left field corner. He's going to go all the way to the fence. He coasts into second, standing with a double. The opposite way, he's 2 for 2. Richard Constantine with Gray at second and 1 out. It's a breaking ball on the outside corner, strike 1. And fouled off, 0-2. Outside 1 and 2. Other Conference USA series that will be going on this weekend of note. If you're looking sort of ahead in the conference standings. Strike 3 called of Constantine. He didn't like it. First strikeout for Sparling. 2 away. Now Matthew Meyer. If you're looking ahead in the conference standings, you're going to see Old Dominion and Charlotte. Charlotte hosts Marshall, who's 4-20 in conference play and just got swept by Western Kentucky last weekend. Old Dominion goes across divisional play and will be at UTSA this weekend. Another East-West matchup is West leader Louisiana Tech at FIU. While in the West, you'll see Middle Tennessee at Southern Miss and Rice at UAB. 1-0 to Meyer, who had an RBI single his last time up, as did the man behind him, Kevin Lambert. Into center, Winstrom, long run, dives. Did he make the play? Well, did they call it an out or didn't they? They did. Or did they? Well, if he caught it, it's the third out of the inning. If he didn't, it's a double and a run scores. Well, the umpires are going to huddle up and have a conversation about it. Winstrom came up with the ball and just tossed it in. Most of the Owls were on their way into the dugout. Mitch Hardigan in from left field, and they call it an out. He was just sitting. My laugh was Hardigan just sitting between short and third because he was not going to go in the dugout because he's got the longest route to run from the dugout to left field. So the catch, question mark, to end the inning is the third out of the inning and keeps it a 2-0 Western Kentucky lead. Owls and Sparling keep them off the board in the third. Controversial end to the bottom of the third inning, but a end nonetheless as Nick Toney Timeout was called at some point during the first pitch of this inning. Well, Bergeron's first pitch of the inning didn't count as our home plate umpire vacated the premises in the middle of the pitch, and he completed it. And then head coach of Western Kentucky went out and argued with the third base umpire about it, who then warned the dugout. Called strike to Nick Toney, who's 1 for 1 in this game. Swing and a miss, 0-2. And 1-2 on a pitch high and away. 2 runs in the first for Western Kentucky is all of the scoring so far. And again, this 7-inning game, we're in the top of the 4th. Taken off of the plate, it sounded. 2-2 to Toney. Fouled back. Still 2-2. Nice barehand catch by Jackson Wistrom. Didn't need his glove for that one. In the on-deck circle. It's 3-2. According to my sources, and I'll never give up a source, I've already reached out to ask, and Jackson said he caught it. And if there's anybody on this team with the utmost integrity, it's Jackson Wistrom, so I believe him. Foul back, still 3-2. So that's how the inning ended, as the umpire ruled it a catch, and he says he caught it. It's good enough for me. Payoff here. Hit on the ground to short. Lambert fires over for out number 1. Here is Wistrom, who has a walk in his only trip to the plate today. Again, 1 of 2 walks issued by Bergeron, which is not his MO. First pitch strike on a slow breaking ball there. 0-1. I mentioned, I think I did out loud, that Bergeron is a Crosby, Texas native. Went to, I didn't say this if I did or didn't, Angelina College before coming to WKU. He's ahead in the count, 0-2 to Wistrom. Big time shift on Jackson. Upstairs, 1-2. As you have the second baseman Zuberer in shallow right field. Now, they don't pull a left side infielder to the right of second, though. So there's a big gap up the middle. Bouncing ball in, 2-2. Big time shift only in where both the first baseman Phipps is playing, hugging the line, and Zuberer again in very close to first base and 10 steps into the right field. I can't call it grass, so painted green turf. It doesn't matter. It's a swing and a miss. Wistrom is the first strikeout victim of Bergeron today. 2 down for the 0 for 2 Wilfredo Alvarez. Fly out to left and a pop out to second for Alvarez today. Inside ball 1. Bergeron is up to 70 pitches as we're only in the 4th inning. That's what happens when you get multiple runners on, even if they don't score. Fouled off to the left side, 1-1. Alvarez hits this one a mile in the air to the right side. And at the last moment, it's the right fielder, Jackson Gray, calling off Zuberer for a 1-2-3 fourth for the Hilltoppers. It's 2-0 Western Kentucky as we head to the bottom of the fourth. Matt Sparling's really settled down since a 2-run first. He's only given up a hit since and retired 7 of the last 8. One of the guys he didn't retire in the first was Kevin Lambert, who had an RBI single to plate the second Hilltopper run and the most recent run for either team in this game. 2-0 Western Kentucky. First pitch from Sparling bounced in, ball 1. Strike called, 1-1. And upstairs, 2 balls, 1 strike. Lambert came into the game batting .270 and knocked in his 18th run with that 2-out RBI single. Both runs scored with 2 outs in the first. Down the third base line, picked on the backhand by Murray. His throw's a bit high, but Shanuel's got some height and kept his foot on the bag for out 1. I'll give you the same spiel I gave you in game number 1. I have had a handful of people write on the chat. Oh, here's some more. Aaron Shanuel wrote in. Barbara Kopp, Mrs. Kopp wrote in. And Patricia Sparling as well. All at some point listening here today. Thank you for your, I guess I can't call it patronage because it's a free service, but thanks for listening. Leonette takes ball 1 and swings and misses. 1 ball, 1 strike. But anyone else, if you haven't already typed in to identify yourself or give a shout out yet, I'll go ahead and do it, and I'll give a shout out to you. But no second shout outs. So no more from the Noah Goldbergs of this world. It's high. It's 2-1 to Leonette. Matt Sparling is up to 57 pitches in this game. His 58th is to Alvarez, who takes it on the backhand, and his throw to first is in time. 2 up, 2 down in the fourth for Sparling. Now Matt Phipps. Phipps to short on a hop. Alvarez. His throw was over in time. That's a 1-2-3 inning for Sparling, and 10 of the last 11 retired. Keeps it at a 2-0 game. Al's bats. Coming to the plate are Murray, Shanuel, Loden. After this. B.J. Murray batted in the first and the second innings and was retired along the infield each time. A pop out to short, a ground out to second. Takes strike one here as we are in the top of the fifth in a 2-0 game in favor of Western Kentucky. Outside 1-1. And swing and a miss. 1-2. BJ was 2 for 4 in game number 1. A couple of singles. Outside 2-2. And fouled away, and the count holds. FAU came into the series second in Conference USA in home runs with 57 to Old Dominion's 74. Didn't have one in game number 1. Have yet to have one here in game number 2. Meanwhile, it's 3-2. On the ground, that'll sneak into right field for a base hit. Hit number 6 in the ball game for FAU. And yet nothing to show for it. Nolan Shanuel has one of them. Singled in the first, flew out to left in the third. Outside, I guess. 1-0. Bergeron's pitch count's a bit high. It's 80. We're just in the 5th inning. See if they can dip a little bit into this Western Kentucky bullpen. That would necessitate, I would think, some runs. Outside 2-0. For a continued high pitch count, of course. There's a snap throw down to first, nearly into right field. Nice saving catch there by Phipps to keep it from bounding around in the corner. That was a strike called to Shanuel, 2-1. Bergeron wants a different sign out of the WKU dugout. It's demonstrably saying, no, I do not want whatever you have just told me. Now to the plate. Fouled left side, 2-2. Fouled back, we'll do it again. And he leans out, does Nolan, and fouls it away again. With Murray at first after the leadoff single, and nobody out. Shanuel is the tying run, and we're getting into the back into this ball game. 5th of the 7. Shanuel hit this one a mile down the right field line, but foul as it bounds down the road and onto the opposite sidewalk. Right by the right lane must turn right sign is where that settles. Low and outside, 3-2. So Shanuel battling here in what'll soon be a 9-pitch at bat as he fouled 4 straight off. And he fouls another one off with Murray on the move. Missed a pitch. This is the 11th pitch of the at-bat, and it's lined to left, and with Murray on the move, oh, he'll slam on the brakes at second. Nice piece of hitting for Nolan Shanuel to put 2 on and nobody out, and bring Stephen Loden to the plate, and all Steve has done in this game is go 2 for 2. As the Steve chants emanate from the FAU dugout. Leading Loden moved up into the cleanup slot. Had a hit in 3 at-bats in the opener today, including an RBI, scored a run. Hard to keep up a 500 pace, but he'll take a 333 pace in every game. Well, he's 2 for 2 in game 2. Looks at a first pitch strike, 0-1. Loden, the lower Gwinnett, Pennsylvania native. Fouls it back to go down 0-2. Murray led off the inning with a single to right. Shanuel followed him after a prolonged at-bat with a single to left. So tying run at first, go-ahead run at the plate, though facing a 2-strike count. Loden hits this one a ton to center, and it's out of here, and the Owls have the lead. An opposite field, left center field blast for Loden has turned a 2-run deficit into a 1-run lead. Somebody be careful when you pick up Stephen Loden's bat because it is absolutely blazing. Caleb Pendleton is next. Loden hit it to just about the deepest part of the park. Little to the left of straightaway center. He got every single bit of it. And that'll bring Leonette out to talk to Bergeron. Who gives up just his 4th home run of the season. What a great story Stephen Loden has been. And I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here, but he started the season 5 for 30, got inserted off the bench against UAB, had a couple of hits on that Friday, got put in the lineup, and has not left the lineup since. And with his 3 for 3 showing today, let's do some math. All right, so 1 for 3 in the opener made him 21 for his last 43. And then add 3 more to that, 24 for 46 since starting 5 for 30. It's astounding. And that'll do it for Bergeron. We'll tell you who the new Western Kentucky pitcher is going to be as he makes his way out of the left field pen. So the new pitcher is Mason Vineyard. His first offering to Pendleton, who squares and takes ball 1. Strike called to Pendleton, 1-1. Caleb 0 for 2 in the ball game. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And this one's low and through the legs of Leonette. 2-2. Vineyard on the season, 15 appearances, the most on the Western Kentucky squad. 5-3 with a 2.91 ERA, all of these appearances in relief. 24 strikeouts, just 4 walks in 21 2/3. Fouled back still, 2-2 to Pendleton. Stephen Loden coming through in the clutch here in the 5th with a 3-run shot and a 1-run FAU lead. Pendleton swings and misses. Just the second strikeout for Western Kentucky pitching. Bergeron had 1 in his 4+ innings of work. With a walk and a line out in his 2 plate appearances, Mitch Hardigan steps in with 1 down, first out of this 5th inning for the first 3 reached and scored. Fouled back for a strike. Hardigan's going to get an infield single here as a long run for Zuber. He did glove it, and his jump throw was not in time. Hit number 9 for the Owls. Bringing up Bobby Morganson. Morganson has 3 hits total today, 2 in the opener and 1 for 2 in this game. Fouls the first pitch, straight back, 0-1. Bergeron in 4 innings gave up 8 hits, the 3 runs, 2 walks, and a strikeout. First hit off Vineyard, who came in. Batter sitting 266 against him. Outside 1-1. Inside 2-1. Set at the belt. The pitch is upstairs. It's 3-1. Vineyard goes 6'2", 210. He's a redshirt sophomore from Paducah, Kentucky. A little south, a little west of here. His 3-1 is taken for ball 4. 2 on, 1 out for Nick Toney. He, like Dalton Shoemake, the reliever in Game 1 from Wabash Valley College. Nick Toney's 1 for 2. Takes inside ball 1. Tony skies this one to left. Coming in to make the play is Carlin. Second out of the inning. And here's the 8th batter, Jackson Winstrom. Winstrom's one true outcome away from the 3. As he walked in the second, struck out in the 4th, he just needs a homer to complete the trifecta. First pitch outside, ball 1. After the lone home run, we've seen after a strikeout, Hardigan single and Morganson walk. Winstrom hits this one off the base of the wall in left. That's going to bring Hardigan across. Morganson's going to go to third. A double for Jackson. Not quite a home run, but it is a 2-out run scoring hit for Jackson. And it will allow the Owls to bat all the way through the order as Wilfredo Alvarez steps in 0 for 3. So now a 4-2 Owl advantage on the 10th hit. The 5th hit of the inning and 10th hit overall for FAU. Alvarez fouls it to the left side, 0-1. In game 1, trailing 3-0, FAU put together a 6-run 5th. Here in game number 2, down 2-0, they've scored 4 in the 5th so far. Have a chance for more with 2 in scoring position, but a 1-1 count and 2 outs. Here's the 1-1 from Vineyard. Fouled back. Nearly came back and hit Alvarez in the box, which would not have been good. So make it 1-2 to Alvarez. Alvarez hits this one pretty well to left center, but going over and making the play on the run is Krittenberger to end the inning. But the Owls do score 4 in the frame and have doubled up the Hilltoppers. It's 4-2, heading to the bottom of the 5th. Owls reliever Sam Drumheller on. His first pitch is skied to right by Crittenberger. One pitch, one out, as Morganson puts it away. Drumheller has filled a lot of roles as of late for FAU, a multi-inning reliever, a closer. He'll be on potentially to pitch 3 in this game if he was to be effective, holding this 2-run lead. We know he can go the distance. It's a matter of being successful. He'll face Zuberer, a walk, and a ground out today for the Western Kentucky leadoff hitter. He'll take off the outside corner 1-0. Drumheller now up to 12 appearances, 13th of the year. Zuberer turns on this one to right. That may be in the bullpen, and it is. Give him his team-high 7th home run of the year. Zuberer has cut the lead in half to 4-3, or cut the deficit, depending on which way you look at it. Drumheller's fell victim to the long ball 4 times now. Came into this game a 1-1 record and a 4.62 ERA in 25 innings in his 12 appearances with 24 strikeouts, 10 walks, and a team-low 202 batting average against. That'll go up a little bit with the homer by Zuberer, a no-doubter to right. Now it's Justin Carlin, 0 for 2. 1 for 6 in the 2 games today, taking strike 1. Drumheller, the rookie left-hander, the freshman. And we're tied as Carlin makes it back-to-back on a home run to left, making it 4-4. No sooner than Zuberer had taken over the team lead with 7 home runs that Carlin ties him with his 7th. And 5 pitches in, Drumheller has given up the lead. Here's Jackson Gray, 2 for 2. A single and a double in his 2 at-bats against Matt Sparling. First pitch strike. Sparling, 4 innings. He gave up 8 hits. I'm looking at the wrong line. Sorry, 4 innings, 4 hits. 2 runs. They both came in the first. A walk and a strikeout. I was looking at Bergeron's line. Sparling finished the game by retiring 10 of the last 11 he faced. And just 58 pitches, so I wonder if there's a little more to that of him coming out of the game. I hope not. I don't want to speculate in any capacity. It's 1-2 to Gray. Outside 2-2. Looking for the inside corner, doesn't get the call, and it's full. He wanted it, did Drumheller. As they shift on, Gray. Swing and a miss. Drumheller gets the punch out for out number 2. There's the 0 for 2. Richard Constantine takes strike 1. Low and outside 1-1. Back-to-back home runs here in the 5th. Have tied it up at 4. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Constantine, a healthy hack there. And a foul tip into the mid, caught by Pendleton, is back-to-back strikeouts to end the inning. Well, back-to-back strikeouts come after back-to-back solo shots for the Hilltoppers. That has tied it back up at 4 apiece. Brand new ball game heading to the 6th after the Owls batted 9 in the 5th. They'll have Murray leading it off for the second straight inning momentarily. In the 5th, the Owls scored 4 times. It was led off with a single by B.J. Murray, and he'll lead off the 6th, taking strike 1 from the new WKU reliever, Aaron Shiflett. BJ's 1 for 3 today with last inning's run scored. Hits this one to right and well, but it's caught on the run by Jackson Gray, playing deep and playing Murray pretty well. Nolan Shanuel has 2 hits in 3 at-bats. First pitch upstairs, ball 1. To the left side where the third baseman Meyer is there. 2 down for Shiflett, who I have not even given you his statistics. He's 0-2 with an 11.74 ERA this year. Batter's hitting .394 against him. Well, he's got the first 2 batters out in this game. Stephen Loden has not been retired in this game, has not gotten out because he's 3 for 3, including a 3-run home run his last time up. He'll take ball 1. Singled in the first and the third, and the 3-run blast in the 5th. His 3rd of the season and of his career. Hits this one the opposite way to left, but it's going to hang up there for Carlin. That's a quick and easy 1-2-3 inning for Shiflett and the Toppers. Sounds like a 1950s band. 4-4, the score remains. Sam Drumheller out for the 6th to face Meyer, Lambert, and Leonette. Here's the 1-for-2, Matthew Meyer, leading off the sixth and taking strike one from Sam Drumheller. Drumheller was feast or famine in the fifth. Gave up 2 home runs, struck out 2 batters. Misses low, 1-1. Your score, FAU 4, WKU 4. Low and inside, 2-1. Meyer had an RBI single in the first. He lined to center to end the third on a diving catch by Jackson Wistrom. Fouled to the road. 2-2. Fouled left side, 2-2. Again, we do not know the remaining series plans, game times, game days. But when I find out, I will let everyone know. Swing and a miss. Pendleton will have to throw down to complete it, and he will. Third strikeout for Drumheller, who has more than Cooley and Sparling did combined in their 2 starts. Hunter Cooley, complete game, 1 strikeout, the final batter of the game. Sparling in his 4 innings of work, 1 strikeout. Drumheller, 3 of them, and he throws about as hard. Well, that's Cooley. Kevin Lambert is 1-for-2 as well. First pitch taken, ball 1. And 2-0. Swing and a miss, 2-1. Sun setting to our right, casting some shadows out in foul ground. Actually, where Shanuel's about to go to try to catch this ball. Out number 2. And here's the catcher, Ricardo Leonette. One and 0. 2-0. Leonette is 0-for-2 in the game. A line out to right. That was Morganson's run-saving catch in the first, and then a ground out to short in the 4th inning. Hits this one high and deep to center, but it'll stay up there in the jet stream and be caught by Winstrom for a 1-2-3 inning for Drumheller. Well, he's retired 5 in a row since the back-to-back home runs, but those home runs were big last inning, as were tied. It is 4-4, heading to the 7th of 7 scheduled innings here in today's second game of the doubleheader. WKU will dip into the bullpen once more. And for the 7th inning, we'll bring on Bailey Sutton to face Pendleton, Hardigan, Morganson. First pitch swinging. Pendleton pops it up. Out to the triangle in center where the shortstop makes the play. Lambert. 1 pitch, 1 out. Shiflett went a scoreless inning, needing just 6 pitches for it. Sutton gets a pitch and an out to start his 7th inning, or his first inning, the 7th inning of work. Mitch Hardigan takes strike 1. Hardigan's 1 for 3, singled and scored his last time up. He's also, 1 for 2 because of a walk as well. Outside 1-1. We're in the 7th inning of a scheduled 7-inning game, but we're tied. There must be a winner. Outside corner for a strike. Sutton's been very good for this Western Kentucky squad. In 11 relief appearances, 2-1 and a 2.35 ERA. Misses just outside 2-2. 15 1/3 innings. He's got 13 strikeouts, 7 walks. Batters hitting .224 against him, and he's got 3 of the team's 6 saves. Right-hander deals outside 3-2. He's a Louisville native and a 6'2", 185-pound redshirt junior. His full count offering is a jam shot, third base side, long run for Meyer, and he'll run out of room as he tries to keep from scraping himself off the brick wall down the left field line. So a bit of new life for Hardigan. I'd like to know what the world Blake Sanderson and Matt Phipps are talking about at first base. See if I can dig into that gossip a little later. So it's still full to Hardigan. And it's a swinging strike 3 of Mitch. 2 down. Here's Bobby Morganson. He too has a single and a walk in a 1 for 2 showing today. Strike called to Morganson. Outside 1-1. Mentioned, I think I did. Better sitting 224 off Sutton. Awfully good. Low and inside 2-1. Morganson gives this a ride deep to left, going back to the fence, leaping, and off the top of the fence and over. A home run for Bobby Morganson to give FAU the 5-4 lead. Second opposite field shot for FAU in this game, and it just snuck over both the glove of Carlin and the wall, the fence scraper. So Nick Toney steps in. The Owls leading by 1. And now what's the plan for the bottom half? We shall see. And Toney's hit by the first pitch to him. Bringing up Jackson Winstrom, who's had a good day at the plate. Tony out. Parker to first base to run for him. And Jackson Winstrom will step in. Winstrom fouls it away, 0-1. Morgansen's home run, the 11th hit of the game for FAU, but a big one. Here in top of 7. Parker going, and Winstrom fouls it off himself in the box as he drops to a knee. And he'll walk it off. Winstrom hits this one a ton to left, down the line, to the corner, and making the play in front of the bullpen door as he runs into it is Carlin to end the inning. But the Owls take the lead on the Morgansen Oppo Taco. It is 5-4 Owls. Holding a 1-run lead as we head to the bottom half of potentially the last inning of the 7th. It's Mike Intenza called upon for your Owls. His numbers, not what he or anyone in the visiting dugout would like this year. He's got a 2-0 record. I'm sorry, a 2-2 record and a couple of saves, but he's got an ERA over 10. 19 and a third innings. He struck out 23, but he's walked 13. He's also hit 7 batters. And batters are hitting .276 against him. Well, he's got a save opportunity here, and Phipps, Krittenberger, and Zuberer due up. Bobby Morgansen's opposite field 2-run shot in the opposite field 2-out shot in the top of the 7th inning has given FAU. As again, he'll face Phipps to start. And miss inside, ball 1. Phipps is 0 for 2, 2 ground outs up the middle, 1 to second and 1 to short. Make it 2-0. Make it 3-0 on a fastball high. So Intenza on for Drumheller, who would now be in line for the victory despite giving up the 2 solo home runs that tied it in the 5th. He had a 1-2-3 6th. It's a 4-pitch walk to start the 7th of Phipps, with Crittenberger coming to the plate and a runner coming in for Phipps. We're going to get Junior Coleman in to run, and John McCormack is the first person out of the FAU dugout. Well, he's the only person out of the dugout, but he was the first one to make it to the mound, it seemed like, before even Pendleton did. Got Dylan O'Connell warming up in the FAU bullpen. Well, I didn't think, and it's not a pitching change. This one was not really in question after just one batter. Crittenberger's 0 for 2 in the game with a ground out to second, a fly out to right. Crittenberger squares and fouls it back. 0-1. On the season, Crittenberger does not have he has 2 successful sacrifices. He's trying again and fouls it off again. 0-2. Well, you'd think the bunt would be off here. Intenza takes a look over at Coleman, the pinch runner. Now comes to the plate, and he was squaring to bunt again. Did he? I guess there's no appeal down, so it's 1-2. Coleman over at first base has appeared in 7 games this year. No, 12 games with 7 at-bats. Does not have a stolen base attempt. 1-2, and again he's squaring to bunt, and again it bounces in, and well, this time Coleman was running, and he's at second base safely. And it's now a 2-2 count to Crittenberger. Not sure where that missed. It's now 3-2. Tying runs at second with nobody out and a full count to Crittenberger. Swing and a miss. He swung at ball 4. And there's 1 away. Here comes Zuberer, who homered his last time up, into the right field bullpen. And Carlin right behind him, homered to left. I don't think in the bullpen. I think to the right of the bullpen. Zuberer steps in. First pitch is a strike. Right down the pipe, 0-1. Swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt. No balls, 2 strikes. Bouncing ball in, knocked down by Pendleton. 1-2. Long look in, now intensive sets at the chest. 1-2 pitch is into left, and that's going to tie up the game. At 5 apiece. And Intensa cannot close it out. Now the dangerous Justin Carlin, who homered his last time up. Swing and a miss. Here's the throw down to second. It's into center and going to third. Oh no, the ball gets away. Oh, but there to back it up is Intensa. Well, that didn't go to plan. So it's a wild pitch and an E2. And the winning run is at third. And we'll see what happens here. Infield in for your Owls. Pendleton made a good throw. It was a one hop that Loden couldn't handle. It got past Alvarez and went into center. 0-1. It was a swing and a miss. 0-2. And the 0-2 is just low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. One, two. Bouncing in again and again. Pendleton playing hockey goalkeeper. Knocks it down. Two. Fouled down the third base side, and we'll do it again. So the best the Owls can hope for is to get out of this inning and send it to extras. Two. Fouled again. Once more, 2-2 offering. Foul back, and Carlin's just sticking around in this at bat. 1, 2, 3, 4. This will be the 8th pitch upcoming. Best case scenario is strikeout. Nothing put into play. It won't be on this one as it's outside and it's full. A walk wouldn't be the worst thing because it would set up a force at first and second. It wouldn't be the worst thing. Wouldn't be the best thing. Payoff. Chop foul again. Two. Down the left field line. Fair ball. Ball game. And Western Kentucky wins it on a walk-off, scoring 2 in the 7th. We got a split of today's doubleheader, and we'll let you know what's going on the rest of the weekend. What we know here is that the Owls won the opener 6-3. Western Kentucky wins the nightcap 6-5. We're back where we started. These teams knotted up in the Conference USA standings. So stay tuned on our Twitter. Stay tuned on our Twitter at FAU Baseball, on our website, FAUsports.com, where we'll have the update of the rest of the weekend. We'll find out what's going on tomorrow. As soon as I find out, you'll find out. Until then, the final scores today: 6-3 Owls in Game 1, 6-5 Western Kentucky in Game number 2. This has been Jonathan Frazier saying thank you to everyone out there for graciously listening. Have a great rest of your Friday, and hopefully we'll talk to you at some point tomorrow.